Hello, beautiful people. What the hell is this about Inefa not snapshotting? Oh my god. What is it with Hoyo and fucking massively changing balance between the last version of beta and creator server slash live? Like, first it was Skirk with a fucking insane attack speed buff. Now Inefa snapshot nerf. Yeah, I guess fuck leaker TC. Morning chat. Hi. Huge nerf, right? It's a pretty significant nerf, but not to all of her teams. Um, it's a pretty big nerf to all the teams that use Bennett, and it's a big nerf to the Bennett synergy. But it obviously isn't going to change the teams that don't use Bennett. Inefa nerfed. What about it? Inefa nerfed. Again. Snapshot seems to have been removed for creator server. So it probably won't be on live. First it was Skirk, attack speed, now this. I like Hoyo's trying to mess with League DC Lamau. Is she bad now? No. No, she's still quite good. I think the teams that get nerfed by it the most are probably the Chaska teams, maybe? Anyways, I should pin a comment on the pre-release. Let's see if anyone's brought it up in the latest comments, though. So I looked at it. It does seem to be true. So, it seems like Inefa's ability to snapshot was removed. After last version of beta. That's a pretty big nerf to pretty much any of the teams where you use Inefa off field with Bennett. Riboza. Definitely feels like they're removing that so they can sell a team-wide attack buffer. Yep. It's a preemptive Durin buff. That's what it is. Anyways, today is the day. Covering Elemains in the CRYO video? Yes, most likely. An FSC0R1 Dire clear. Oh, interesting. And that's not leakers, right? That's like official creator footage. Holy fuck, Taser's so Barack, man. My goodness. Anyways. She also gets 300% more lunar charge damage? Yeah, I know, that's kind of a big deal. Alright, chat. You might be thinking, Zajef, you've been saying this is the one every single time you claimed resin for the past 3 months, okay? But hear me out, alright? It was all leading up to this, alright? I was stacking my bad RNG, and I was building pity, okay? With all of my bad RNG instances, I was building my pity, and I was building my pity for this very artifact. This one right here. Alright, it's gonna be a pre-locked feather. Right here. Checking 4 stars. Concerned. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I know. I know. I know. Thank you for the raid. Oops. Why was my energy so cooked there? That 5 great sword in Maoika, yeah. I don't have an unhealthy attachment to Favonius weapons, okay, I promise. I'm normal, alright? What do you change to bring it down to your sitting onslaught time from 205 from 220? I did I did Molani with Scarf. And I did, or like, you know, Malika instead of... instead of the other things. Was it just Scarf rank on galleries? I don't have a galleries build saved, so I don't know. But I could check. Chad, if you were to only pull for 3 characters in 3.x, who would it be? Oh, Chad, this is the pre-log. Okay, this is the pre-log feather I was talking about. Crit, attack, ER. Okay. I don't know who I'd pull, cause Sandrone is supposedly not 6.x. So who the fuck am I gonna get? Wait, actually, Nod, Cry, Tier Maker. I wonder if someone already made a... Yeah, someone did. Alright, bet. Chat. I like them a lot. I like them a little. I'm indifferent. Kinda cringe. Yikes. Okay, here's the thing. I shouldn't say... I shouldn't say I like them a lot. Because, like, I want it to be, like, for the characters that I'm more interested in. Or, like... very hyped, I guess. Kinda hyped. Indifferent. Kinda cringe, yikes. Yeah. Okay. 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 So, Sandarongo goes in very hype. And Alice goes in very hyped as well. I fucking hate this goddamn pathetic loser, but I'm hyped. It's keeping me emotionally involved through anger. Bro is hate watching for Alice? Yeah, basically. Okay. Kinda hyped. Varka. Varka would have been in very hyped like 2 years ago, but I don't know, man. I am actually really interested in seeing what they're gonna do with the Baltic folklore with Llama. So I think I'm kind of hyped for her as well. So nipples lore, yes sir. Can't wait for her to twist and tickle me to death. True. Right. Indifferent, Flins, Nefer, Inefa. Kinda cringe. Durin. Whatever the fuck her name was. Nicole, I know, and yikes, Columbina. This is how my interest is right now for the non-cry characters. Every time you do these, I get rage baited. But how can you get rage baited by someone having an opinion that isn't the same as yours? It's not like I'm saying these are objectively accurate statements. This is just the level of interest I personally have in each of these characters. In like, how socially inept do you have to be to get rage baited by someone's opinion like that? We need a low emote where it's low but with Loma. Oh, true. #1 Columbina hater, yeah. How are you very hyped for Alice? I want to see her downfall. I look forward to Alice's involvement in the story the same way I Will Dominate looks forward to T1 games. Okay? I want to see her lose. Why do you hate Alice? I just don't think very positively of people that neglect their children. I don't think being busy with your job is an excuse. If you have a job that keeps you that busy, don't have kids. It was an accident. Either learn about birth control or own up for your mistakes. If your child was a mistake and you decide not to have an abortion because you don't think abortions are like you like I don't know, whatever, right? Take the L and raise the fucking kid. Right? Or properly have them adopted by someone who will. Do not, under any circumstances, leave them under the care of Jean. Literally anyone else. Tier list the best mom. Wait, should we do that? We should tier list characters of how responsible it would be to leave your child with them as a caretaker. Can we do that? Child care tier list. Would make a goated parent. Yeah, S tier? No, definitely not. I'm pretty sure Candace makes it in my goat tier. As much as I dislike Shanyan's character, I still think she makes it here. Oh yeah, Kooky for sure. That's a good take. Kooky definitely makes it here as well. Toma? I'd be a little bit worried about Toma using the kid for political maneuvering. I don't think he would make it in the GOAT tier. He'd be one tier below for me. Harlequino. Yeah, no. Noelle, no. Noelle is a career woman, and putting a child under her care would either make her miserable by preventing her from properly focusing on her career, or would lead to her neglecting the child to prioritize her career. Noelle would not be a great choice for a caretaker. There are worse ones, but Tiltnutty? Yeah, I think Tiltnutty makes it here. Sure. Depends on the V8, man. That's... no. You put Venti in D real quick? Why? Venti's definitely not in D. Drunk dad, low-key fire. I mean, the reason why alcoholic dad is bad is because alcoholics' behavior is affected by their alcoholism. But Venti's behavior is not that of a typical alcoholic. So his alcoholism is not a problem in nearly the same manner as normal, actual real-life alcoholism. It's like cutesy alcoholism. I'd probably put Venti in like B. So, yeah, first, the dog shit parents, okay? Obviously, all of the children go here. Like, Kachina ain't raising your child for you. You know? Um... Chi-Chi, yeah. Yao Yao is better than some adults. You're actually kind of right. That's true. Alright. Raiden goes here, yeah. Um... Oh, actually. Siege Win probably makes the GOAT tier, doesn't she? Oh my god, chat. For the first time ever, Siege Win in the highest tier on a tier list? Holy shit. The food would be questionable? The food looks weird, but it tastes good. Dory would sell the kid? I don't think Dory would sell the kid. Like, Dory is an unlikable character, but she's not, like, a slave merchant. I think people's emotional dislike of Dory's characterization is making them perceive her as a completely different character than what she actually is. I don't think Dory would be that bad of a parent. Like, the things that she would teach the child are probably not things that people should be taught, but I do see her taking care of the child properly. Raising a little scammer successor. Dory is Silco. I get what you're saying. I think she's better than Silco, though. You actually believe Dory would spend a single more on her kid? Dory's smart with money. Of course she would. Sino should be S because of his dad jokes. I don't know. I think it's inherently impossible for an agent of the state to be an S tier parent in a society like Teyvat, where there aren't the same sort of societal regulations as there are in modern society. Because, like, you need the parent to be able and willing to stand up for the child in a situation where the state is against you. And I feel like it would be hard for Sino to make up his mind about that. I think he'd end up doing it, but he wouldn't do it immediately. Literally went against the academia. Did you see how long it took him? Just how much external prodding it required? Like, you need to understand, the academia has been evil since long before we showed up in Sumeru. It took Sino a long time to make up his mind to go against it. I don't think Sino would be a bad caretaker. But I don't think he's got that same sort of like, goat parent energy that these characters do. Okay, chat. Mika gives me the vibes of orphaned older brother working full time, working 3 jobs to put his little siblings through school. I think Mika would actually be an A. Okay, Arlecchino? Where is she? Arlecchino. Boy. Lowest tier? No, definitely not. Arlecchino is not an F. I think Arlecchino's in D. D for daddy, true. Or does child soldier rank? I think you need to understand that Tevat is not modern Earth. Right? The reason why child soldiers are incredibly fucked up is because of is not because the concept of children participating in a patriotic way to defend their nation is bad. It's because war itself is an incredibly traumatic experience. But like, what does the Fatui, the House of the Hearth children's war involvement actually look like in practice? It's not nearly as bad as modern war, right? And as twisted as it is, Arlecchino does care for her children. I think putting Arlecchino in the same tier as Raiden is just... it's delusional. Right? Her love is abusive and it's twisted, but it's there. Amber would be a goated mom? No. I don't think so. I don't think... I think Amber's too much of a child. I don't think she's got that emotional maturity that's necessary to raise children. The good big sister. Yeah, like, Amber gives me the vibes of someone who'd be a good big sister, but who wouldn't be able to handle the responsibilities of a family if her parents died. Like, she wouldn't be able to take care of raising other children by herself. The same way that Mika, I feel like he would be able to. You know? Would Mona raise a child purely for child benefits? That's actually so real. I do feel like Mona would actually like embezzle foster government money. I get a feeling she'd do that. Spend the child funds on astrology equipment. Okay, like, unironically, like, jokes aside, I feel like Mona would let the child starve to death accidentally because instead of buying food for the child, she bought the child books or other astrology equipment. Because she doesn't come off as a character that would be able to properly relate to people who think differently from her. I feel like she's too detached from others. So she just assumed that the child wants the same things she does and end up neglecting the child because of that. Zhongli. He'd be great. Zhongli would be good if he wanted to be. Like, he has the ability to be good. I don't think he has the desire. I think he just actively refused to try. Zhongli is just so done. Like, that's why I think he's unlikable. Like, to some extent, it's understandable. Right? Like, he's tired. I get it. But he's unreliable because of it. Zhongli is like the average romance fantasy neglectful dad. Retired, he literally has a job. Buddy, if your career and your job title has the word consultant in it, you don't have a job, okay? You have a nepotism benefit. You're getting paid for existing. Sorry, all consultants in chat, but I stand behind this statement. Just like content creator. True! Come on! You got me! You got me! What about Neuvillette? Solid S? Definitely not. Neuvillette is a good boss, but he's not a good parent. Like, parenthood requires a sort of emotional work that Neuvillette just doesn't understand. Right? He doesn't care for the Melusines as a parent would. He cares about them as a superior would. Or like a representative would. Like he's the Martin Luther King of Melusines, basically. Like he does care about them, and he's a great presence in their lives. But I feel like you can't expect to like entrust him with a child and have him care for them the way a parent would. He doesn't have the emotional maturity for that, or the time for that, actually. Me when I throw names to sound smart. I'm not throwing names to sound smart. I'm saying that he's more of a Melusine's right advocate than a Melusine parent. I think he'd try, but it would take him a long time to get good at it. And by the time he gets good at it, the child would be grown up, and it would be too late. I don't think he'd be awful, though, right? Like, between Martin Luther King and fucking Adolf Hitler, it's pretty clear who I'd rather entrust my child to. But, like... Which character is Hitler in that scenario? I hovered over Raiden. Why is Kashina so low? Children cannot be expected to care for other children as parents. Why isn't Ito with the other children? So true. So true. You're so right. To be fair, though, Ito would be a good parent just by virtue of the fact that Kuki's gonna be next to him. Right? There's not that many characters that can actually get hard carried by another character's presence, but Ito is one of them. If Ito and Kuki are your parents, you have a single parent home. Sure. But I think single parent Kuki, it would be a much better a household for a child to be raised in than fucking Nevilet and Venti. Or like, I don't know. Kuki's kind of the goat. I think I'd put Ito here. Ito cares for children. Ito is a child. Like, mentally, he is 7 years old. Like most men. True! Oron too in that regard. Yeah, that's fair. I also think Oron would be a pretty bad parent. Is Sayu a kid? I don't know. She does have a job. I don't know how old she is canonically. What about Aoife? Hmm. So here's the problem with Aoife, okay? After spending a couple years with Aoife, if you entrust your child to them, they would they would start encountering dangers of people wanting to murder them because of how they speak. I'd be worried sending my child out into the world if they spoke like Aoife. They would get beat up everywhere, man. No, I think Aoife goes in A. Isn't he like Steve Irwin? I don't know. Is Yumiglorb Glorb S? That's a good question. I don't know that much about Yumiglorb Glorb, honestly. I kind of lore skipped for her. Hmm. Her therapy wasn't like real therapy, yeah. It kind of pisses me off when fantasy therapists give like awful advice but use magic to make everything better. So I don't like her, but in universe the magic does work. So the advice does work. Um anyways. Today is an annoying day, isn't it? Because it's not contention day. Welkin? Yeah, this account is Welkin. And we've already condensed our resin. So I guess that means we just go Deepwood Domain. You wanna try theater? But on this account? I've already done theater, have I not? Yeah. I literally don't own enough character, even if I leveled everyone, to enter difficulty 3 of theater. So it's cooked. How's the next character you plan to get on this account? I'm not sure yet. I'm waiting for Flynn's leaks. I should have jumped and seen if it was possible to just lose the burst. I should have jumped. Fuck, I should have jumped. Oh, that would have been so funny if I lost the burst. I should have jumped for science. Fuck. That was so funny. Oh, bro's not dead. Could you give your take on Kale and Al-Haytham's parents? I don't know, honestly. I hate Al-Haytham. But do his character flaws translate to an inability to be a good parent? I have to think. He's a bit emotionally unavailable? Yeah, he is. Kind of unlucky. We're not getting a single DR sense. Who are you farming Gilded for? Right now, I'm not really farming Gilded. I'm farming Deepwood. I'm farming Deepwood so I can get a Deepwood set with ER for my Cole. But so far, we're not seeing any good results, unfortunately. Oh well. It is what it is. When was this account made? A little bit over a month ago. A month and 9 days, I think. I made a video showcasing the account that I posted on, I think was on the main channel a few days ago. Would you go for C2 Chaska on EU account? I don't think so. The biggest problem with Chaska is, like, yes, her constellations are good, but one, right, her baseline at C0 is a lot weaker than characters like Malika, Skirk, even Verissa, right? And so even with the pretty noticeable upgrade from C1 and C2, you're still not that far ahead of the, like, really strong meta teams. For Chaska specifically on this account, on top of that, she kind of shares a lot of supports in her optimal teams with Malika. Whale speedrunners love Chaska. Yeah, but whale speedrunners are not people that have a limited amount of pulls trying to reach a specific DPS breakpoint with those limited pulls, right? they pretty much have every character, and get to choose when and where they want to use each of them. Yeah, C6 Shaska would be good for this account, but C6 most characters would also be good for this account. The question is, how many 5-star pulls do I need in order to clear Dire? Right? I need 3 full teams, and I want to get to the point where I can clear Dire on this account as quickly as possible. Therefore, my main goal is to try to get there in as little 5-star pulls as possible. When you look at Chaska's good teams, right? Chaska's not the only 5-star in there. And in order for her to be strong enough to get to, like, Dire levels of difficulty, even in those optimal teams, you'll need cons. Right? And C1R0, probably not enough. C1R1, eh. Like, you're probably needing, like, at least C2R1. And that's with the optimal team. But the optimal team shares units with Malika. So she won't be in her optimal team. Or Malika won't be in her optimal team. And that optimal team has 5 stars. So it's like 5, 6, maybe even 7 5-star pulls necessary for the Chaska team to be strong enough to clear Dire. Comparatively, a character like Mualani against bosses that are good for Mualani can do it with like 2 5-star pulls. I'm not really planning on going for Mualani because by the time I can do Dire, she'll probably have been power crept, and the current Onslaught bosses probably won't be the bosses that are good for her. But, like, that's kind of what it needs to be for me to want to consider going for them. How much are you expecting each team to cost? I think it can't be more than 4. For me to, like, actively consider it, it can't be more than 4. It's why I didn't go for Skirk. Because Skirk can, like, just barely do it with 5. Technically, Skirk can potentially do it with 4, but that's only because the current Sigin Onslaught boss is specifically made for her. If it wasn't literally made for her, she wouldn't be able to. Right? Like, I don't expect C0R1 Skirk with a 4-star last slot to be able to clear Dire for the next one on any of the bosses. I had to wait for turtle stuff. The reality with the turtle is, like, right now, for Dire, C0R1 Skirk clears, there's not that much wiggle room against the boss that has minus 30 CRYO resistance. Other bosses, even if Skirk can work against them, don't have minus 30 CRYO resistance. Right? Skirk will be one of the good options against Turtle, but Turtle wasn't made to sell Skirk. Is our next student also Dire HP is way down? I guess that is true. Actually. That is true. I kind of forgot about that. Fearless HP is very similar, but Dire HP went down a lot, right? Like Papilla, 6.4k in Fearless. Tulpa 7.6, so it's like 85% of Tulpa's HP. But then in Dire, 17 mil, 11 mil. It's like 2/3. They for like Overseer device. Right here, HP doubles. Here is just plus 66%. This one doubles, but yeah. I guess this might be doable. I don't know. I'll have to do testing on it, but oh well. Anyways, I think that if you want... Because in the long term, right? If I have teams that can just barely do their bosses, it's not going to be enough. Because it's incredibly unlikely that the 3 teams I invest into are the exact 3 teams that are currently getting shilled by Stygian Onslaught. So I need all of my teams to be a decent amount ahead of the actual requirement. If I don't want to like have to prepare more than 3 teams. And I don't. I want to focus on 3 teams only on this account. And so I need them to be a bit higher than just barely the DPS requirement. Your options are Molani, Freeze, or Mawika, basically. Well, Mawika's kind of sus, though, because you can't play Freeze, and you can't play the good Vape teams either. You have to do some cope Vape. You need to have a character that allows for reactions without dealing damage. So it has to be Barbara or Singto. And it's kind of cooked. Yeah, Nilo works as well, but she's worse. Barbara better than Singso because of TDDS? No, because Barbara's skill cooldown is like... It's 30 seconds baseline, but it goes down with cons, I think. C2? Yeah. So it's like 25.5 seconds cooldown. So you can't use it every rotation. Unless you go sack frag. Why is Barbara on Codex? Because of this. This is my only HP main stat that's leveled. The main reason she's on Codex is because the only 5-star artifacts I have on this account are like 3 VV artifacts, 1 Noblesse, a couple like random ass Wanderers and Glad pieces, and then a lot of Codex and Cinder City. Holy Molani piece? I know. It's so good. Every time I see this, I'm tempted to get Molani, but I know I shouldn't. Fuck! Wait, the leakers said that Durin was supposed to be a Bennett plus Shangling replacement. If Durin buffs something other than attack, right? If Durin buffs like crit or damage percent, it would be a Molani teammate. Bennett plus Shangling replacement sounds super sus. I mean, my expectation is it is going to be a character that has overlap in roles with Bennett and Changeling. But he'll be doing less application than Changeling and a smaller buff than Bennett. Alright, like, I expect a character with buffs similar in value to... like... Yonsan? No. No, not Yonsan. Buffs similar in value to... maybe C6 Goro? With all-field application, that's like a halfway point between Moika and Changeling. That's what I'm expecting out of Durin, from what we've been told. Every 1 second? No, I would expect every 1.5. Was your ban on the 5.8 Claymore? Eh. It's dog shit for the characters that currently exist, but it's clearly a Claymore that's made for Ino, and we don't know what Ino does yet. So, it's hard to tell. The amount of stats provided by this is insane. Let me actually properly quantify that, by the way. So let's look at a character who would care about both the Elemental Mastery and the Energy Recharge. Okay? That is currently out. That is not a Claymore or a Hydro character, right? So, assuming you could have this 285 EM and 24 flat energy restoration on any character, how strong, how powerful would it be? Right? And I want to compare it to Catch on Changeling. Right? Because Changeling is a character that would care about the EM and that needs ER. And Catch is known to be a really powerful 4-star weapon. Right? So Catch versus Insight. Okay, in order to do that, I guess we need an ER calc. Probably have an ER sheet somewhere. A team where you care about Changeling's damage. I guess there'd be 2 main ones. For now, let's look at Vape. I guess there isn't really a Vape Changeling team that's played nowadays. But we can still use Changeling as an example. Because people know how good Catch is on Changeling, so we can help like properly conceptualize how good the new weapon is. Hydrotropa Vape. Oh yeah, I guess we can look at it on Changeling in a like Monopyro team against Tolpa. Sure, that's actually a good idea. I like that. So Changeling would catch probably 1 Bennett E. You'd have 5 plus 4 from Arlecchino skill plus Guoba. I don't think you'd battery seat Lally into her. And no one is on 5 here. Oh boy. These energy requirements are quite high. I guess that's why you go 5, huh? In that case, let's look at a team that generates more energy, right? Similar with on-field Bennett. That's like too much energy. Or let's say you battery or like skill into channeling. That's more reasonable, I think. And then here. Okay. So you get to save about 60% ER from the effect, which is basically a main stat. So with catch, it's 45 ER, right? 45 ER. So you need 190. Main stat, you need 140. Emblem, 120. Substats. Okay. And then here, with the new weapon, this is Emblem. That's kind of an annoying breakpoint. It's too little for ER sense to be good, but it's too much for substats to be comfortable. Right? You need about 25% more ER in substats, but you get to go for non-ER sense. Actually, is that true? In that team, you should go Cinder City. Currently, not Emblem. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back, chat. I don't actually need to do a full count like that. All I need to remember is that the 24 flat energy is worth the equivalent of about about 60% ER. So inside is like about 10 to 15% more ER than catch. As long as we do that, then we're fine. So base attack, catch is 510, right? But yeah, and on top of that, in present day, it's not that often that Emblem is optimal on Xiangling. Most of the time, you'd rather use a support set. So you don't get punished by getting your energy from flat refunds instead of energy recharge in the same way you would on Emblem. Flat refund doesn't increase damage percent from Emblem. Okay, so damage percent, flat attack, total attack. Wait, what am I doing? No, I already have those. EM, yeah, multiplier. E attack. No, crit value, crit multiplier, E attack. Okay. Attack percent. Yeah, let's say this is a team where you don't need ER Sense. Our Resonance, Noblesse. And what else? Our Resonance, Noblesse. Substats. That's probably it. With Insight, for now, this stays the same. Damage percent, 46.6, 20 from Noblesse, 15 from Fantasy 6. Wonder what else you go. I guess that's it here, right? So plus 32 from catch. EM. Oh. Okay, here we're definitely going EM Sands. 187 plus 96 plus about 100 in substats. Okay. Here, instead of 187, we have 165 and 120. No, it's 110 and 1... No, it's 165. Yeah, 165, 120. Good value. 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. And catch is 12 crit rate, right? So 24. And we still have to factor in the slightly lower, or the slightly more stats we get to allocate to stuff other than ER here. It requires about 15% less ER. So let's say those 3 rolls of ER are instead going 1 to attack, 1 to EM, 1 to crit. Effective attack. So, in terms of the amount of stats provided, the weapon is providing for characters that care about the stats it provides about as much as catch provides the Xiangling. So, theoretically, it's a really good weapon to have. The problem is, that's cool and all, but there's no character that is both good and wants these stats right now. Right? So, we'll have to see how Ino turns out. Excuse me, Dory is right there. True. True. Hey, that's actually not even wrong. It is actually a good weapon for Dory. Wonder if there's any Dory carry sims. There are. That's so funny. The best Dory sims are Makara, Aquamarine, Cinder City, Fav Clam, and then Serpent Spine DF. These are, oh, that's hilarious. That is so funny. Okay, so let's start with this one, right? This one probably has a lot of ER, right? No. Yes? What the fuck? How? Oh, it's official team, obviously. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I guess with official you don't need a lot of ER. So maybe it's not even that good of a weapon on her. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, it probably isn't actually good on Dory. Because you have Fischl, you have Electro Resonance, and you have Dory's own energy refund. You do not need more ER. But I guess for off-field Hyper Bloom Dory, it's really good. Any theoretical Hyper Bloom Electro Carry that's burst reliant in the future would also fucking love that weapon. I mean, fuck. It would be best in slot on Raiden if it was a polearm. Right? Like, 285 EM is a lot. EM Razor? I don't know if it's better than Fav for Razor. Did anyone tell Zaj that Inefa never snapshotted? I mean, I know she did. Like, I know that for a fact. Like, I've seen footage that proved she snapshotted. This is like the fucking, oh, Raiden never worked with Beto bullshit again. Like, no, it did. It did at some point in the beta. Emily snapshotted in beta too. I don't think she did. She did? Did she? I don't remember. Maybe she used to. I don't remember Remedy Beta that much. I wasn't that interested in her kit because it's so boring. What's up, plunging Effa? I guess that's something you could do. What are your expectations for Flynn's? That's a good question. What do I expect for Flynn? Let me think about it for a minute. What's the purpose of doing math for this game? Just figure out how much damage you can deal / how to increase it? Yeah. It's not really about figuring out how much damage you can deal. Like, that doesn't really mean much by itself. It's about min-maxing and learning what the best options and the best combinations are so that I can give better advice to people. And also because I enjoy it. I expect Flints to buff Lunar Charge damage team-wide so Neva has good synergy with him. I do not expect that at all. I think it's incredibly unlikely he does that. The buff, the Lunar Charge damage buff is already both on Inefa's C1 and on Inefa's Sig. And multiplicatively on Inefa's Ascension passive. I expect Flins to have Lunar Charge damage. And I expect that to be the only way that it directly synergizes with Inefa. Like, he's gonna have talent damage that is Lunar Charge. Like Inefa's A1 passive. That way, that gets increased by Inefa's Ascension passive, and also, it gets increased by the buff that Inefa gives. You know what? I'll be right back. I'm kind of annoyed at how long it takes to do 10 reps on both arms, so I'm just gonna do both of them at the same time instead. My chair's kind of in the way though, but it is what it is. That's fine. Oh fuck. My pants. My pockets. What do we got here? 25 pounds? This is 30 pounds. Yeah. Oh. How much GPS did Inefa lose after the snapshot? Depends on the team. Some teams didn't have buffs for her to snapshot to begin with. And some teams lost like 30%. Hitwing Spear is back? No, because you don't stay on field with her. But Calamity Queller is back. Do you expect Flynn's power level to be between Kanisha and Mauiga? Kind of. I expect Flynn's to be very similar to Skirk. In that if you have the best teammates for him, he'll be like not too far behind Mauiga. But if you don't, he'll barely reach Arlecchino. Let's think about this. Flynn's V -1. Okay, this is pre-league Flynn's calcs. Okay, I wanna look at, with the assumption that all of Flynn's damage is considered lunar charge damage, and that he is balanced for his teams to do pretty similar DPS to Skirk's team's DPS in premium teams. And I want to look at, if that, with those assumptions, how much DPS he would lose from you not having a Nefa. You're gonna assume you have any Lunatar without an Nefa? For now, I'm assuming that Flynn's also lets you do lets you trigger Lunar Charge. So he's not like reliant on her for his kit to get activated. How do you even do that? Well, we know what the numbers on the rest of the teammates are, right? So we know what the rest of the team's DPS is. So we'll just assign the motion value to him for the total team DPS to be at 120-ish K in the best possible team. And after that, from those numbers, we'll see how things change if we replace Inefa for other options. Honestly, I kind of expect Ino to be better than the current Hydros for these teams, because the current Hydros have literally awful synergy with Lunar Charge as a reaction. The only buff they give is all damage percent. But for now, we'll just look at Sensorialon instead. Because I don't expect Ino to be a major upgrade. I will assume the new set as well. Anyways, so we'll have Flynn's, Inefa, Kazuha? No. Sucrose? Elon? Probably. You know he's a polearm? We'd probably assume Ballad of the Fjords on him. That's 510 base. So, probably like 850-ish base attack. Anyways, Inefa, 565 plus. This could be Bow. Didn't he get leaked as a polearm? He did? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. 330. Two girls doesn't matter. Okay. So I guess yeah. First we look at Inefa stuff. So attack percent in a team like this, you would have Yelan on Noblesse. So 46.6 times 2, 20% from subs, 12% average from Yelan. Damage percent. EM multiplier, crit value, crit multiplier. Damage percent on Inefa is gonna be fucking nothing. Like outright nothing. Literally nothing. Yep. Elemental Mastery, Ketane. Actually, no, that's not true. We have 12%. Well, 8%-ish average from Ketane. I'm not making two lines for skill damage and burst damage. Just group them and approximate 8%. EM, so 110 from the Kitten Spear. Around 180 from Sucrose. No, that's not true. Well, yes, that is true. Sucrose burst lasts 8 seconds, right? And the buff lasts 8 seconds. Like, this is not full uptime, but it's relatively close. Then we have 6% of per attack. Yeah, multiplier. They changed it to 6, right? I think. Flynn's leaks are out. Flynn's leaks are out? No, they're not. This is a very premature calc. But I'm trying to guess how important Inefa is going to be for Flynn's, assuming he's a Lunar Charge focused carry. So, crit value, 98.4. We will assume the new set. 62.2. 20 times 6.6. And 56 CV. Then we have E-Attack, Lunar Charge, Lunar Charge damage, Motion value, Lunar Charge, number of Lunar Charge. Yo. Okay, effective attack is total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Effective attack lunar charge is total attack times EM multiplier times crit multiplier. Lunar charge damage is 2604, was it? $2604 times EM multiplier times crit multiplier. Motion value. Inefa. 146.9. 163.2 times 10. 1150.6. Motion value lunar charge. 65 times 10 times 3. Number of lunar charge. Well, we get 10 total. We'll figure out how this goes when we look at the rest. So, sucrose. Honestly, none of this shit matters. Yalon. Base HP, 14,450. HP percent. 18 from passive. We probably go ER Sands with Fav here. Now, with Fav, you probably can go HP Sands here. 20-ish% from subs. Damage percent, 46.6. 20 from Noblesse. Is that it? It is, yeah. EM, gonna be like 80. Yeah, multiplier. Crit value. We don't have this. We have everything else. Yup. Crit multiplier. Effective attack. Effective attack lunar charge doesn't matter. Lunar charge damage. Motion value. So we have 38.4, 12.42, 8.28 times 3 times 13? Most likely. Did HP Sands that team sus? I don't think so. Fav plus Electro Resonance is probably enough. Oh yeah, there's the Sucrose EM sharing, you're right. Motion value, lunar charge, 0. Okay. And then Lens. Right, we said we're assuming that he's on Ballad of the Fjords. Usually these carries have either 1 or 2 self-buffing things. Because Inefa gives EM, and they're probably going to want you to go for Inefa for him, I expect Flynn's self-buff to be something other than EM. Most likely either attack or crit. Attack is more common. And generally a self-attack buff hovers between 20 and 40%. Because he's new, I would expect about 40%. Realistically, I feel like it's going to be 35% self-buff. That's my guess right now. Flynn's is going to self-buff his attack by 35%. And then you have TTDS. And yeah. I'll take EM self buff instead. I feel like it won't be. Because Inefa gives a pretty big EM buff. So if Flynn's also gives an EM buff, it's going to nerf the synergy between the two. And it's going to make it so that you're less reliant on Inefa. And they probably want you to be reliant on Inefa. So I just don't think this is how it's going to be. Oh yeah, I guess you would go attack Goblet. That's true. Damage percent would be maybe about 20% average from Yulon. EM. So. We have the Inefa buff. We have the new set. We have the Sucrose buff. We don't have Ketane. And we have Ballad of the Fjords. Yeah, multiplier. Grid value, exactly the same thing for now, and then plus 27.6 times 2. Alright. Effective attack. Yeah. So, most likely, what we can expect is 10, 5, 1, 1, kinda, for Lunar Charge ownership. We're just going to simplify things, assume that Flynn's is always the highest number. And then this would be divided by 5, and these two would be divided by 12 for the 10 procs, and I'm rounding up to 1. Because sometimes, like, something crits. Because average Lunar Charge damage is a little bit higher than average crit multiplier. Anyways, so damage, DPS, total. No. The res multiplier average for Flynn's would be pretty much full uptime VV, most likely. So 1.15 times 190 divided by 390 times effective attack times motion value plus effective attack lunar charge times motion value lunar charge. And then about half uptime VV on the actual lunar charge. Okay. For this, everything would be about half uptime. For this, also everything would be about half uptime. This divided by 20. We haven't given Flynn's any damage yet. And I guess Sucrose would be at like 2K-ish. So Flynn's personal DPS would need to hover around 70k here for him to be around the same level as Kirk. Isn't 70k too high? I mean, Skirk is higher than that in a lot of our teams. Anyways, let's assume that he's got non-lunar charge motion value of about like 2500% and lunar charge motion value of like 5000%, 4500%. Right? This is including the actual lunar charge, by the way, and like the lunar charge reaction itself. So Flynn's kid is only doing 70k, not 80k, but yeah. Like I feel like this would be a reasonable assumption here. I think that's kind of what he would need to be worth considering. Although it's very possible that Aino is much better than Yelan in this team, and that would change things, but whatever. Anyways. Now, let's take a look at what happens if we do something instead of Inefa, right? So, no Inefa, we lose Inefa's personal damage. We lose the times 1.14 for the increased lunar charge damage. And we lose the EM buff. In exchange, we get something else. Auroron definitely would not be the play. I'm telling you right now. Let's look at Bennett. Would probably be Instructor Bennett. Not Yansan. I mean, it could be Yansan if Flynn's moves a lot, but I'm pretty sure Yansan would be worse than Bennett. So, assuming 4-star weapon Bennett. Team DPS instead of 116k would be around 104. Which isn't that awful, actually. Surely Yelaniar stays the same. Yeah, that's true. It's not like that matters, though. Like, you're gonna lose like 2k DPS from higher Yelaniar requirements. But if Flynn's has higher ER requirements because of Bennett, that can be a problem. Alright, we still don't know if Flynn's is burst reliant. Yansan! C6 Yansan. Assuming we can maintain uptime. A little bit worse than Bennett. But you do get the Electro Resonance back. This is with the assumption that his damage is distributed in a way that favors Lunar Charge damage. We don't even know if he has Lunar Charge damage yet, by the way. We also don't know if he's actually going to be an attack scaler. He might be an EM scaler or an HP scaler, right? We're assuming a lot of shit right now. Official now. Sure. Go official? Don't think that's better. What bow? You don't really want stringless. Let's do the hunt. Um, 231. 78. Probably about 18 average. 17. Yeah. Not exactly what you're looking for. Okay. Is 90k considered bad today? I mean, it's not bad, but it's like, There. Was Yonsan much worse than Bennett? No, it was fairly close, assuming you maintain high Neitzel on Yonsan. But yeah. Honestly, though, I expect that unless Flynn's is directly an EM scaler, the gap won't be that much bigger than this, like, theoretical Flynn's kit between Inefa and Bennett. Maybe Bennett won't work, maybe he's burst reliant, maybe he doesn't have Electro Up to set up your swirl, so maybe you need to go Yonsan instead, right? But still, 116 to 100 is not that big of a deal. Like, it's less than Escoffier. Like, the gap is less than the gap for Escoffier. So unless he's directly an EM scaler, Inefa is probably less important to his teams than Escoffier is to Skirk teams. If he is directly an EM scaler, though, that shit is completely different. Alright, like, we can look at theoretical EM scaling kit. If you guys want. So if it was an EM scaling kit, you wouldn't go TDDS Sucrose. You wouldn't get attack buff like that. You wouldn't get this. Would you go Instructor Yelan? Probably. Oh boy. No way you reached that ERX? Oh, you'll be fine. Fav, Electro Resonance, you'll be fine. Sack Frog on Sucrose, you'll be completely fine. So let's change it on DBS like 4K. We're not going to manually calculate, we'll just override it to 4K and assume Instructor. We'll remove the Noblesse buff. We'll change the EM buff. Instead of 160, it's going to be about 200 average. We'll also get about 100 average from Instructor on Flynn's. And 60 average on Instructor for Inefa. Anything else? No. Then we would have, instead of this, we would look at the EM. We also would need to add EM main stats. And then we need to figure out what sort of EM scaling we would use. You put EM signs? Yeah, this is EM crit. Maybe around 10k? Kinda. 11k? For it to do a similar number. Alright, if we look at old EM scaling characters. Alhaitham, each mirror is 225-ish. He gets upwards of a default of like 6 3-mirror procs, which is 18 times 228. Right? The default over 4,000. But Alhaitham is kind of old as hell. And he's balanced around the rest of the team doing a lot of damage. 11k might be a bit higher than realistic, but it probably isn't that out there, actually. Might as well use C1 Instructor Mona at this point. That's not a bad idea. Nah, the Omen doesn't last long enough. Exercise redeem. Do that. Okay. So, actually, maybe this is too optimistic. Whatever, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, but anyways, if it's like this, and we don't use Inefa, who else could we use instead? I'm pretty sure you'd want to do Nahida so you can add some hyper blooms. But I can't be bothered calculating that shit. So let's not. We don't have other good slots though, right? Like, you just end up using some shit like Auron or whatever. Sarah, no. We're looking at what if Flynn's is an EM scaler? Sarah buffs attack. Chilonen? I guess. Diona. Fuck no. We're assuming that Electro Goblet isn't good on him. Because we know he's a Lunar Charge carry. And that means he's likely going to be focused on Lunar Charge, and Lunar Charge is not affected by damage percent. So unless he's a Lunar Charge carry the same way Kanich is a Burning carry, you won't care about damage percent. But maybe he is a Lunar Charge carry the same way Kanich is a Burning carry. We don't fucking know. We don't have his kit yet. Anyways, we can just copy the official thing we had earlier, right? It's exactly the same things? No, it's not. It's almost the same things. We have 120 EM. We lose 20% attack. Yeah. So if he's an EM scaler, you're gonna need Inefa. Right? Like this is a 40k DPS loss from not having Inefa. Maybe there's gonna be some weird Hyperbloom bullshit. It's gonna make the gap closer to like 25k, but yeah. 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 Okay. Hmm. I'll make it with the 3 months. Or clove. Okay, chat. I think you see the C01 with Taser 4-star team clear slot 6 on Billy? Yeah, I saw that. I think it might be time for the Croc Airy video. Before we start recording, let's just go look at what each CRYO carry has for GC Sim stuff. So, we can start with Ganyu, right? Nowadays, best teams are going to be Escoffier and then Burn Melt. And just normal Melt. Highest freeze team without Escoffier. I mean, that's not Ganyu carry, so doesn't really count. This one, pretty significantly below. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Ayaka, can take a look at. So, best C0 Ayaka team is Fav, Petra, Ayaka. Yup. Okay. So Escoffier. The Elan team sims a little bit higher, but that's because GC Sim default assumptions and like KQM default assumptions aren't that great for Shenhe. Right? Generally, you tend to have slightly better artifacts on your carries than on your supports. So, in practice, you often have slightly higher artifact quality on your carry, so teams that are more focused on one character's damage tend to slightly overperform compared to KQM Standard. The Shenhe team damage is more front-loaded, the Elan team is probably assuming pretty optimistic normal attack. Like timing. The Elan team is assuming freezable boss. There's quite a few things. But yeah, so it's the best Ayaka teams with Escoffier generally hover between 90 and 100k. Molani's at 85. There, yeah, okay. For non-Escoffier stuff, what's the highest freeze non-Escoffier Ayaka team that is not fucking whale? This one? It's over 20k behind the best one. But it's usable. Lots of fav. Yeah. Yeah, that indeed makes a lot of sense to me. Oh man, I don't want to look at this. So, obviously, oh man. Of course. Of course. The best C0 R0 team for Risley is Bennett Moika Silali. Of course. This is fake. This is one rotation with Widsith, right? So this is a fake team. This sim is not real. So he's at around 82k here, which is actually really close to Ganyu for the Escoffier teams. The non-Escoffier teams are fairly similar to the Ganyu. Like, Melt Risley is fairly similar to Melt Ganyu as well. Yeah. And go wheelchair. Arena stuff. It's kind of outdated by now, unfortunately. Hyper Bloom. Yeah. Alright. No new information here. What CRYO carries remain? Skirk. But I already know for Skirk. But it's fine. Who else? I guess it's only Erlen Fermine. Let's count how many Erla teams that are not actually using Erla's kit are ahead of, like, different teams are ahead of her best, like, default team, right? So that's 1, Melt Plunge. 2, support for Maoika. That's Melt Plunge, so it's the same thing. We won't count it. 3, Freeze with Escoffier. 4, Hyper Bloom support. 5, Physical Plunge. Does this count? I guess you could say it does, right? It probably does count. Like, don't look team DPS distribution, but it does count. Okay. And then Feminine is going to be kind of similar, right? Pyro Plunge, Freeze, Hyper Bloom, I guess, yeah. People just don't sim Feminine, so. But also his kit makes sense with some of these things. Physical Plunge, yeah, whatever. Okay. And the last thing I want to check is this Kafi carry. So to me that's like kind of Escafie carry. What? What weapon is Yelan on? Why is that a question mark? Oh, Sequence of Solitude, I see. It's not really Escafie carry, but it kind of is, but it isn't, but it kind of is, but it isn't, but it kind of is. Right? So for this one. Yeah. So yeah, Rosaria, Risley, Ganyu are all pretty interchangeable when you're playing freeze teams with Escafie, Farina, Yelan, or Shenhe, whatever last slot. Crescent Pike Rosaria. What in the fuck am I looking at? That is so funny. Present Pike Physical Rosaria is about as good as Risley. That is crazy. Like, personal damage on Risley is 25k, on Crescent Pike Rosaria is 17k. It's a good amount behind, but the crit buff on Rosaria to the rest of the team is kind of enough to bridge that gap. That's crazy. It's not even actually physical Rosaria, it's hybrid Rosaria. Yeah, her damage is 50-50. Is this attack goblet? It might be. Yeah, it is. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, man. And it's just because the Crescent Pike motion value gives you more than any of the other offensive weapons do. That's really funny. Oh, man. Oh, man. You should bring it up? I think I will, yeah. What about, like, actual, like, properly dedicated Escoffier carry teams? I think that's pretty much only Plunge, right? But I don't know if anyone's simmed Plunge Escoffier yet. I don't think so, yeah. The database, but it was around 87k. That seems a little low. When I did my calcs, it was a bit higher than that. Slight detour to check Gene physical sims? Why? Why Gene physical sims? What is it about Gene that makes you want to look at her physical sims? It doesn't look like they're good, so like why? Vibes, I see. I mean, I can't fucking find them because they're too far down. This is Hydro Gene. That's higher than physical Gene. Okay, let's move on. Alright, chat, everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To a video on the best team for each cryo carry, aka Escoffier Propaganda. Man, okay. I've put off recording this video for a while. Initially because, well, the last best carries for X Element video I made was before Escoffier came out, and I wanted to wait until after Escoffier to record the cryo one. And then, because Escoffier pissed me off. So I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. I fucking hate. I hate her balance. But anyways, let's just start so we can get it over with as quickly as possible. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, so yeah, editors, make sure you censor any like swearing in the first 30 seconds so we don't get demonetized. But not with like actual censor noises, just with like sound cutting out or something like that. Or a funny censor noise, but not like a beep. Anyways, whatever. So, first, honestly, let's do them in reverse chronological order. Or in chronological order, I guess. Not in reverse chronological order. Let's do them in chronological order. Let's start with Ganyu. And Ganyu is probably the CRYO character that is the most interesting team building wise. Because she has a lot of different parts of her kit that try to pull her in different directions. So, Ganyu, as I'm sure most of you know, is mainly a charge attack damage dealer, but she actually has a pretty good burst. On one hand, right, she has her charge attacks that are fairly powerful. And on the other, she has that burst, as well as a little bit of self-buffing, but also some team buffing in her Ascension passives. Ganyu's numbers, when she came out, were balanced in a way that ideally, since her charge attack doesn't have ICD, you want to react and melt as many charge attack hits as possible. But if you use your burst, that increases the speed of your CRYO application, which can make you lose some melts. Does that mean it's not worth using burst? No. Burst is still worth using in pretty much every team for Ganyu. But it does mean that the burst is a bit less important, and you can still get good results even without the burst, because despite the burst being powerful, and despite the burst being worth using and increasing your damage, it is also going to potentially steal some of your melts. So yes, you're gaining DPS from using the burst, but you're also losing DPS from whatever melt you end up not getting because of the burst. You still gain more than you lose, but it does mean that effectively, instead of having access to 100% of her kit in melt teams, you only have access to like 70 to 80% of her kit. And that makes it so that despite melt being very synergistic with Ganyu, right, since she doesn't have ICD on charge attack, she basically ends up doing more overall outside of melt teams, which bridges the gap and makes it so that those teams that have worse synergy, that don't have that melt, have Ganyu more effectively use a larger portion of her kit. That's a lot of words and a lot of yapping. But the main conclusion to take away from that is that Ganyu's kit is designed for her to be viable in multiple different archetypes. And in 2025, post Escoffieh's release, that is very much the case. Nowadays, the best Ganyu team is with Escoffieh, because every CRYO character's best team is with Escoffieh. But she's actually one of the few characters where the non-Escoffier alternatives are not that far behind. And actually, if you have a really, really high investment on your characters, if you have also potentially Constellations on Ganyu, Signature on Ganyu, because the Escoffier teams have their damage concentrated on everyone at the same time, right? The damage, well, it's not concentrated. The damage is very split for the Escoffier teams, whereas the Melt teams are more focused around buffing Ganyu's output instead of having everyone contributing. It creates a situation where if you have really high investment Ganyu, you can actually end up dealing more damage in your Ganyu Melt teams than in the Escoffier teams. Unfortunately, that's not because the Melt teams are great. That's because even Escoffier isn't enough to make Ganyu a particularly powerful carry nowadays. I don't want anyone to start relying on GC Sim DPS numbers too much, because very often it's important to understand the context around them. But for the sake of this video, I think it's going to help drive the point home very well. So I'll be looking... I'll be using the GC Sim database for a lot of these characters, just to show what happens, basically, right? So these, like, non-C6 bullshit teams, right? The Escoffier teams, it's the good ones, right? The ones with Shanghai here. They are slightly north of 80k DPS at KQM standard. The best Melt team on GC Sim is at 75k, which is honestly not that far behind. This is close enough that since, right, when you open both of them, you see Ganyu here is at 63% of the team DPS, but here only at 43, right? So if you have hyper investment on Ganyu, this team can actually pull ahead. But post Natlan, 80k DPS is... it's not too impressive. 80k DPS will be enough for Abyss. But 80k DPS is actually around what you need for Stygian Onslaught when the boss is the right one for you. In other words, a team like this against CRYO Automaton is only going to be able to clear with high investment and great gameplay. I've actually seen a lot of people say that, you know, they have Escoffier, they have Farina, and their Ganyu team still isn't able to clear. Whether it's because they're not playing it perfectly enough, or because their artifacts are average, not amazing. But 80k is pretty tight in content that is designed for these archetypes, for Fearless Stygian Onslaught. And so, it's generally not the sort of stuff I'd recommend, right? Ganyu's not a character that is great nowadays. But this video isn't about evaluating each character and their place in the meta, right? It's about talking about their best teams. I think it's important to understand the context of the meta because, well, if a character is so weak that they can't clear even in the best case scenario, then their best team is going to be Bennett, Maoika, Zitlali, so you can actually clear with them on the team, right? And what I'm trying to get at here is just Ganyu's on the ledge, right? She's on the ledge. She's not the only one. There's a few characters that are going to be on the ledge here. But it'll be rough. Anyways, when it comes to her best teams, right? We've already said the Escoffier Freeze teams, and we've already mentioned Burning. But what are the Burning teams that are good? Well, because Ganyu's burst can yoink your melts, you have basically 3 options. Option 1, accept that you're gonna lose a decent amount of melts. And just be okay with that. Because when you're not melting your Ganyu charge attack, you're applying CRYO, so your next Pyro hit at least is gonna melt. Probably won't be as much damage as if you melted Ganyu, but it's not gonna be the end of the world. Option number 2, increase your Pyro application. Bring more Pyro units. Or use like a Pyro-infused Kazuha burst or something like that. Option number 3, increase the strength of your Pyro aura. Make it so that your individual Pyro applications allow you to react more hits. You can do that either by using Sunfire. When you trigger Swirl on yourself with Jean Burst plus Bennett Burst at the same time, it applies 2U Pyro to nearby enemies, not 1U. But that forces you to use Jean, which is not an amazing unit. Or use Burning. Burning is also a way you can strengthen your the strength of your aura. That's why on GC Sim, the highest simmed Ganyu team is with Burning. Burning also allows you to run slightly slower Pyro application. Which lets you run Maoika and Cinder City instead of Zhengling, who generally is going to have very high ER requirements in the Ganyu teams, so her DPS isn't going to be that high, and she's not buffing like Maoika can. Is this a team that doesn't Ganyu burst? Or are you melting Maoika? Oh. Yeah. Never mind. I got baited. Yeah, this one isn't like that, right? Yeah, no, okay. Thank goodness. Man, there's always gonna be the case where you just play Maoika carry, right? But I don't think that's what you want to know about when you're trying to find the best team for your Ganyu carry. Or like, yeah. This one, I think, might be fine. Yeah, this one's a normal rotation. Oh yeah, I guess that's the 4th option. It's just don't use burst. Alright, that's the 4th option. Just don't use burst on Ganyu. And because Maoika's burst is so good, the damage you get from melting Maoika's burst is kind of enough to make Maoika better than a Pyro character that allows you to use Ganyu's burst. Anyways, when you start excluding Escoffier, Looking at C0 stuff. Okay. You start falling to around 65k here. And the reality is that a team like this is probably not clearing Stygian Onslaught difficulty content. But it's still fine generally for Abyss. At the very least. Freeze teams without Iskafi have about 3/4 of the damage of freeze teams with Iskafi. So if you want to play Ganyu as a carry, in a freeze team, Iskafi makes a massive difference, right? You're gonna want to use Ganyu, Iskafi, Farina, and then +1 with that +1 having a little bit more flexibility, but generally Shen has the best. It's generally slightly better than her best melt teams, but not that much better. And freeze teams without Iskafi are generally worse than the melt teams you can do otherwise. Next. I don't want to make a video dedicated to physical carries because we only have one. Technically, we have 3. Right? There was Razor, but his best teams aren't physical carry teams. Now you have Ella and Fremine. Both of them are CRYO, so I'll just talk about them in this video. Okay. Ella's numbers are not good. The unfortunate reality is that Ella is a character who, on a release, was pretty underwhelming. And we've had a lot of power creep since her release. Nowadays, she's honestly one of the worst units in the game. She has multiple different team archetypes that are stronger than the one that uses her intended kit. Ella's best team right now is arguably Pyro Plunge with Bennett, Xianyun, and Citlali. And assuming everything goes right, it actually is a pretty good team. Ella is a Claymore character, which means that she inherently has higher plunge motion value. She's on the high side for Claymore characters for plunge motion value. She has a crit ascension. She's a CRYO character, which gives you cryo resonance in that plunge team. She's she has a bit of cryo application, which can allow you to react 1 or 2 additional plunges on top of what you can from Citlali. By default, you can jump and plunge up to 8 times with Xianyun, but if you do that, if you jump and plunge 8 times, that's too much pyro application for Citlali to keep up. And so having a little bit more cryo application from Erla can actually allow you to plunge more. But that's mechanically fairly difficult, and you don't have that much wiggle room on the execution. Anyways, assuming everything goes right, and you do 8 plunges, which is technically possible, though difficult, Pyro Plunge Ella is actually good. Like, it's actually a good team. Like, it calcs higher than every other cryo carry except Skirk, basically. Like, it's even higher than Ayaka with Iskafi. The thing is, that is not happening. Ever. Not only is there, like, an incredibly low tolerance for error in the team, but there's also a lot of potential practical issues because of how burst reliant the team is and how little energy it generates. On top of that, Ella is completely unnecessary to the team. There's so many characters that can take her place in the team and be like within 10% of the team DPS. And people that pull for her are often not going to want to just ignore everything her kit does and just be playing a fucking driver for Xianyan Plunge. It probably won't feel like you're playing Ella, it'll feel like you're just playing Plunge. And so despite the team having a situation where it's fairly good, I would generally not recommend it for most people. But if you are looking at GC Sim stuff, right? It actually is the highest simming T0 or 0 in the team. Even higher than Bennett Mawikasi Lali, which is the second highest one. Right? This, obviously, though, is not an Ella carry team. This is a team where you're using Ella on a support set, on a support weapon, and you're just pressing her skill so that you get the support set proc, and that's it. Right? So this, to me, does not count as a team we need to talk about here. Same for this, right? This is Ella Hyperloom that swaps into her twice per rotation. Or actually, is this the one that doesn't swap into her at all? Physical 0%. Ella field time 0%. Yeah, this is the one that doesn't swap into her at all. That puts her on the team for the buff you get from Makara Aquamarine. Oh, man. Oh, I still have Escafie filtered out, don't I? Yeah. Okay, sorry. These should be back now. After her best team being the Pyro Plunge, her next best team is with Escafie. Just using a freeze team where you're pretending like Ella's on the team. You're putting her on field, but getting hard carried by Escafie, Farina, Yelan's off-field damage is going to be the next best way to play her. But again, it won't really feel like an Ella team. So I think a lot of people that like her won't really want to play these teams. That being said, at the very least, unlike the Pyro team, it does use her kit. You do play Ella, like, mechanically the same way you would play her in her physical teams. She's still the physical carry in those teams. It's just that the damage is not very impressive from herself, right? You're getting carried, you're getting wheelchaired, basically. Escafie is not the only wheelchair option you have. You can also do, like, Shilonen, Yelan, Farina, but it's not quite as good as Escafie is. Escafie wheelchair, assuming that your cryo is, or your carry is cryo or hydro, is generally just better than Shilonen wheelchair. And finally, you get into the quote-unquote proper meta teams. Right? The ones where maybe you're using an Electro unit with Superconduct, maybe you're using Bennett for the buff, right? Those teams are a lot worse. They're still at a level of DPS that can clear Abyss, but they're just not at a level of DPS where they can clear Siege and Onslaught. Maybe if you have like C2 Farina, I don't know, C3 R1, you can like just barely do it when the boss is favorable for physical. But it'll be a lot harder than if you just slapped Escoffier on the team. If what you're looking at, though, is a team where it feels like you're playing her as a physical carry, I can completely understand not wanting to use her with Escoffier. And so, generally, well, you can still use her in Escoffier, even in a team that doesn't have Escoffier's passive maxed out, right? Escoffier is still an off-field damage dealer that generates energy to battery, and that heals if you need Farina. And she's still generally better than most other alternatives, even if your last slot is not CRYO or Hydro. And then finally, that last slot, right? You can use an Electro unit. There's also other healers you can use instead of Escoffier. Xianyun is actually quite good in Ela teams, even outside of the Pyro Plunge teams. Because, as it turns out, Ela's burst number... the numbers on Ela's burst are really bad. To the point where focusing on physical plunge gameplay, despite the fact that physical plunge as a concept is just kind of oxymoronic. Like, it doesn't make any sense for your characters focused on physical to want to build for plunge damage. You don't have any synergy between physical and plunge. But because Ela's burst numbers are so bad, it's actually generally better in the physical teams to use Xianyun and plunge over a character that buffs physical damage and focus on burst gameplay. Part of that is because of Ela's quite high energy requirements. Right? Her high ER requirements mean that you have to both bring characters that give you a lot of energy and build a decent amount of ER on her if you want to burst every rotation. But going for a plunge-focused playstyle lets you still have quite decent damage, even when you don't have burst. So you don't need to burst every rotation anymore. Before they added the Pyro Plunge... Oh, no, sorry. Before they released Escoffier, the highest simmed physical team for Ela on GC Sim was a Xianyun team where you bursted every 3 rotations. Because it was just better to not build any ER and not bring cryo batteries and just burst whenever you have it than it is to focus on the burst. Alright, there's a lot of people that are under the impression that what physical needs is stronger supports. But, I mean, sure, physical could use stronger supports, but right now, it's more gated by the lack of a good carry, right? This is basically the equivalent of if Kenich's skill numbers were so bad that you're better off not using it and just playing him as a plunger. No, that's not a great example. Is there a character like Kenich that functions based on burst instead of skill? Chow, I guess? But Chow is already a plunger, so it doesn't really count. Cyno? But at least for Cyno, Shannon has VV, so she's still a VV healer, you know? Ito? I guess. This is basically the equivalent of if Ito's skill numbers were so bad. No, if Ito's. Yeah. If Ito's skill numbers were so bad that you were better off not building any ER. No. No, it doesn't really work. Yeah, never mind. I don't know, man. No, I can't really make a comparison. There's no other character that has a damage profile that's quite like this. Anyways. All of this to say, Ella's base kit is heavily focused around her burst, but the numbers on the burst are so bad that pretending like the burst doesn't exist and playing her as a driver for Shannon Plunge is just by default kind of better than her usual physical teams. That can change with higher constellations, but honestly, her constellations are not as good as people think. Like C6R5 Emma with C6R5 supports is just barely ahead of Pyro Plunge at C0, R0. Now, obviously, if the C6R5 supports you're bringing are Escoffier and Farina, it'll be significantly ahead, right? But when it comes to the supports you can give to, like, actual physical teams, C6R5 Ella is balanced fairly. Like, if they released a character that had numbers as good as C6R5 Ella nowadays at C0 R0, they'd be a balanced character that isn't that appealing to get. Right? They'd be, in my eyes, about as appealing to get as a character like Kenich, maybe. Anyways, if you want to play physical despite all of that, because you really like her, I know there's a lot of people that like her a lot. I'd ask myself, do I care a lot about the burst? If not, I would 100% recommend going for Shanyan teams if you want to play physical. I've played a little bit of physical Shanyan teams, and honestly, they don't feel too bad. They're pretty fun. Otherwise, if you really care about using the burst, I would generally lean towards the Escoffier teams. Right, you get to play Illa in her intended gameplay with the intended damage profile, but you don't get completely punished by how bad her numbers are, because Escoffier's carrying in the background. But if you really want her to be the main source of damage on the team and in a physical team, you're not going to have a good time. You're actually going to struggle to clear Abyss content. Let alone Sigil Onslaught. Anyways, Fremine, basically the same. Honestly, like, it's actually hilarious how close they are to one another. Right? The, like, min-max optimized GC Sim rotation for Illa Pyro Plunge, 105k. The one for Fremine Pyro Plunge, 107k. Basically the same fucking number. The Escoffier optimized sim for Fremine, 76.5k. For Illa, 75k. Right, again, basically the same number. The best, like, physical plunge team in here, right, we have 64k. $61k. They're basically the same character. That is assuming C6 Fremine. C0 Fremine is going to be somewhere between 10 and 20% behind, depending on the team. But, yeah. Next is Ayaka. And Ayaka's a kind of an interesting one. Nowadays, Ayaka best C0 team is not Ayaka carry. It's Petra Ayaka as a support for Mawika. But it's kind of a fake team, so we don't really need to talk about it too much. Ayaka got a pretty big buff from Escoffier. The Ayaka teams previously were the ones that struggled the most in terms of lack of, like, fully inherently synergistic teams. Ayaka had access to a lot of units that synergized with her, but a lot of them didn't synergize with one another. Or weren't that good, right? Mainly, it was difficult to get a healer and Farina on the team without having one of your units be kind of eh. You'd have to pre-Shilonen, right? Pre-Natlan, you'd have to either use a CRYO healer and not use Shenhe, which has great synergy with Ayaka, or an Animo healer and not use a grouper. Then Shilonen came out and you could use Shilonen instead of your Animo, but you're still not using a grouper, which is kind of annoying. And at the time, Ayaka's team DPS was at a level where if it was single target boss content, she was kind of struggling to clear it in time. Like, she was able to, but she was a lot worse than the other characters. And so not having a grouper made it so that she also struggled in AoE content, which made it feel like she didn't really work well anywhere. The release of Escoffier changed that. Not only did it make the teams, like, more synergistic, but it actually significantly increased the team DPS to the point where it actually feels like Ayaka is strong enough to use even in single target content. Out of the pre-Skirk CRYO carries in teams where they're actually being used in their intended way, so no Pyro Plunge bullshit, Ayaka is the strongest one. and by a decent amount. Her best team is Ayaka, Escoffier, Farina +1. The best +1 is Shenhe, but Yelan is actually not that far behind. But honestly, Escoffier was a blessing for Ayaka players because pre-Escoffier, Ayaka's best teams with Ayaka as a carry weren't really better than Ayaka Hyperbloom. Right? They were very, very similar in output. And when a carry's best team, like, as a carry, like, properly as a carry, is clearing as fast as if you're using them with Nahida, Raida, and Singtao, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to play them. You feel like you're running it down. Escoffier's release made it so that her teams actually do feel, like the freeze teams with Ayaka carry actually do feel noticeably better than the Hyperloom teams. If you don't have Escoffier, you can still play the Hyperloom teams, but those teams, and just like the non-Escoffier freeze teams, generally hover just on the they're at the level where they can clear Abyss with enough investment, but it's actually low enough DPS that if you get half countered, right, if you're against an enemy with reasonably high cryo resistance, you might not clear in time, even if you don't get hard countered. And this one is at like 71k. Hovers around 65k for most of them. I don't think anyone actually bothered to properly sim all the... Yeah. No one bothered to sim Raiden Ayaka, but it's also at around 65k. Like Hyperloom. Raiden Hyperloom with Ayaka. But yeah. All in all, unfortunately, use Escoffier or suffer. It is what it is. Aware. Next is Risley. Risley's like Ganyu, in that his Escoffier teams aren't that much better than his non-Escoffier teams. But also, like Ganyu, his Escoffier teams are a decent amount worse than the Ayaka Escoffier teams. To the point where instead of having an on-fielder like Risley, using a random-ass 4-star support like Rosaria is about the same DPS. I saw a really funny sim earlier where Crescent Pike hybrid Rosaria is like 3% less team DPS than Risley in an Escoffier core. Because the crit rate buff that Rosaria gives to the rest of the team is enough to make up for most of the damage lost from Rosaria's damage being lower than Risley's. Risley, like Ganyu, is a character that can be played in melt teams. He melts a lower portion of his damage than Ganyu does, right? Ganyu can melt every single charge attack hit. And, I mean, I suppose Soak and Risley, but Risley also has normal attack damage, and that normal attack damage is not all reactable. In Risley's combos, you generally do either N3C or N5C, which lets you react a little bit over half of your damage pre-reaction multiplier. But his relatively slower application compared to Ganyu means that he can get away with slower pyro applicators without relying on burning, right? And because of that, Risley's best melt team, I'm pretty sure is Bennett, Chilonen, Mawika. That one's fake. Maybe not, actually. I guess it's still fairly similar, huh? This is kind of a fake one, though, is it not? Yeah, this is kind of a fake rotation. This one's a lot more real. Anyways, overall, Risley's freeze teams with Escaffi are just like Ganyu, slightly ahead of his melt teams. And then you have his melt teams. You have his Hyper Bloom teams that are fairly similar to the melt teams at Keiko and standard investment, but at high investment, the melt teams will be better. And then below that, below all of that, you have the freeze teams without Escaffi. And finally, we have Skirk. Skirk is the best cryo carry by far. It's not even remotely close, actually. Skirk is only playable in freeze teams. But Skirk's freeze teams without Escaffi are better than every other cryo carry's teams. Except Ayaka in premium with Escaffi. But like Skirk with all 4 stars is gonna have better teams than Risley's premium teams, than Ganyu's premium teams. Skirk's numbers are just very inflated. They're post-Natlin numbers as opposed to pre-Natlin numbers. She's balanced in a way that in her premium team with Escaffi, Farina, +1, she is somewhere between 5 and 20% behind Mawika, depending on Mawika's teams and Skirk's teams. But that does mean that there are situations where she's only around 5% behind in DPS, which is really close, right? Like, there is no other carry that gets as close to Mawika as Skirk does. But on top of that, Skirk is fairly easy to play. And unlike Mawika, she's not reliant on specific timings. Like, she does have cancels, but if you don't do them, it's fine. Whereas with Mawika, if you fuck up your timing, you can end up not melting your burst, which makes her a lot worse. I'm not trying to make the argument that Skirk is a better carry than Mawika, but I am trying to make the argument that she's not that much worse, and I would argue if you have the tools to make Skirk's best team, and you don't have the tools to make Mawika's best team, you actually can end up giving you a better team on your account. Skirk's passives basically makes it so that she's completely awful outside of freeze teams. Like, technically, if you play Skirk Hyperbloom, it's pretty similar to Risley Hyperbloom. If you play Skirk Melt, it's not that much worse than, like, Ganyu Melt. But why would you do that when freeze is so much better? It's not just that freeze is better, it's that playing a unit that is not Cryo or Hydro in her teams is actually griefing. The best non-Cryo or Hydro unit is generally going to be worse than the worst Cryo unit. You're better off putting a unit on. You're better off putting a level 1 Aloe you don't swap into on your team than Shiloden, than Bennett, than any of those. Do not ever make a Skirk team with a character that is not Cryo or Hydro. As for which Cryo and Hydro units, obviously you have Escoffier and Farina, which are like the main two. If you don't have Escoffier, Farina is not that important anymore because your healer options outside of Escoffier are a lot worse. If you do have Escoffier, or sorry, if you don't have Farina, Escoffier is still very much worth using. If you have Farina but no Escoffier, you'll generally want to use either Mika or Charlotte. Depending on what your last slot is, I think either of them can end up being better. It depends on the situation. I would generally lean a little bit more towards Mika, but I think it's pretty close. If you have Escoffier but no Farina, I think a lot of people often forget Skirk is reliant on you generating Void Rifts, so you need to have some off-field Hydro. You're pretty much going to need either Xingqiu or Yelan. Yelan will generally be a little bit better, but if you don't have her, it's not the end of the world. You can do a 4-star only team with Skirk that is still pretty much in between Risley Premium and Ayaka Premium, right? There's not that much difference between a lot of the 4-star units you can use, right? You can use Xingqiu, you can use Rosaria, you can use Charlotte, you can use Mika, you can use Dahlia, you can use Kaya. You've got options. Yeah. If you're not someone who gets attached to specific characters and you just pull mainly for meta reasons, and you're wondering, okay, I have Risley. Like, I have a full Risley team, except Escoffier. Should I go for Escoffier or Skirk? I think you'll end up with a team that is pretty similar in overall performance. Either way. Whether you do a Skirk team without your Escoffier or a Risley team with Escoffier. In the pre-release stuff, I was a bit more negative on Skirk. Not that I was overall negative, but I emphasized the reliance on Escoffier more because at the time she was weaker. They nerfed her between beta and live, or sorry, they buffed her between beta and live, and on top of the buff, we also got better and we learned a few new combos that are also slight DPS upgrades. And with those buffs, I'd say that she has reached the point where her and Escoffier are fairly similar upgrades to your freeze team on your account if you already have a cryo carry. Even if you don't. If your freeze team without Escoffier, or if your freeze team with Escoffier is gonna be like Yelan, Farina, Tsingtao, or Yelan, Farina, Rosaria, that'll still be pretty similar to the Skirk teams you can make without Escoffier. I have probably said the word Escoffier over 100 times in this video. Actually, I'm actually curious. It probably isn't over 100, but I've said it a lot, and it's the unfortunate reality is that Escoffier is CRYO now. At least when it comes to CRYO carries. They're entirely defined, and their meta teams are entirely defined by Escoffier. Because Escoffier is just a balance abomination. A complete aberration. In July 2025, Escoffier is CRYO. There's a few characters I haven't talked about too much that I quickly want to mention before ending the video. Right? Mainly Citlali and Shenhe. Citlali's kit doesn't directly do anything for cryo carries, but because she's a Natlan character, she can use Cinder City, and because she's a Catalyst, she can use TTDS. And those two things by themselves are enough to make her competitive with other support options in a lot of situations. Even if you're not doing a lot of Hydro damage, right? Even if the Hydro Shred isn't helping you. Because of that, Citlali is a fairly viable option in a lot of the cryo carry teams as a last slot. That being said, unfortunately, she can't get quite the full value in quite a few teams because it can often be difficult to both proc Cinder City and give TTDS to your carry. If you have Escoffier, you have a cryo carry, you have Farina, it'll be hard to end up with a Hydro Aura when you use Citlali's skill. You'll probably end up with a cryo or a frozen aura, and that makes it so that Citlali does not trigger frozen, which means you don't get the Cinder City 40 damage %. So generally, you end up either giving TTDS to Escoffier because you have to swap to Citlali before you swap to Escoffier, or putting Citlali on another weapon altogether. And the other character I want to talk about is Shenhe. Shenhe kind of has the Ela problem, where her numbers are just not good. Overall, Shenhe is not a bad character, but she provides buffs comparable to generic buffers as a niche buffer. Most niche buffers, pretty much Goro aside, provide so many buffs to their niche. You look at Chevreuse at C6, 60 damage %, 40 attack %, and 40 shred. You look at Farazan, 40 crit damage, 30 shred, 38 damage %, and a fuck ton of energy. that gets generated off field, right, from the C6, so your carry's catching them. If your carry's burst reliant, that's very valuable. Comparatively, in terms of number of things she does, Shenhe has a lot. But all the numbers on them are smaller than on the new units. Her quill buffs, I think, tend to be pretty heavily overestimated. If you end up with about 3,000 attack on Skirk and 4,000 attack on Shenhe, which is probably a little bit optimistic for Shenhe, but whatever. Skirk motion value on a full combo, full combo, would be 5 times 262.6, 236.8, 149.7 times 2, plus 4 times 159.2 times 2, plus 88.7, plus 88.1 times 3. This is the motion value. If you add 7 quills from Shenhe hold skill, 82.2 times 7. The upgrade to the damage you get from Shenhe, and by the way, I'm not including damage percent, resistance, defense, or crit, because all of those factors affect quill damage the same way they affect Skirk damage. Right, this is not the total damage number, but this ratio will stay the same. Right? And so the 7 quills you get from Shenhe's hold skill gives you about as much damage as 200 attack would, which is about 20% on a character that has about 1,000 base attack. Maybe a little bit more than that. 25%, sure. Which means that what Shenhe is providing in total is 15 plus 15, 30 damage percent, half of Chevaleur's C6. Around 20% attack, half of Chevaleur's Ascension passive. And if you crown your burst, 15 res shred, less than half of Chevaleur's res shred. And in terms of personal damage, she's around the same level as Chevaleur's. Right? Like, this is what I mean when I say that Shenhe's a pretty bad character. It's not that the things she does aren't useful. It's that the numbers on the things she does and the things she has are just kind of pathetic compared to what new characters do. That being said, we still don't have a great niche buffer for CRYO, which means that Shenhe is still going to see play in a lot of teams and often be the best option. Here, this is not a favorable assumption for Shenhe. Skirk is very powerful, and the more powerful your carry is, the least impactful quills become. right? Characters that do less motion value they'll still have the same damage from quills. So if I change this motion value, instead of 12k, I make it 6k, right? I would now need around 3350, 3400, right? So it would be the equivalent of 400 attack instead of 200. And that's with 7 quills. In Ayaka teams, you can get more than 7. You can get 10 quills. That's 3,500. 3,550-ish. Right? Now that's 550 attack. Now we're starting to get into territory where this is a lot. It's still not as good as the more recent niche supports. But it is at least better than the generalist supports. That's why in Skirk teams, Shenhe is pretty much the same overall DPS as Molani. But in Ayaka teams, Shenhe is noticeably better than Molani. Anyways, the reason why I think it's important to talk about Shenhe in this video is because the lack of a great last slot option for freeze teams means that freeze teams have room to grow in the future, which might change the importance of each character in them. So keep an eye out for that. But anyways, that is going to be it for the video on cryo carries. Part of the reason why I procrastinated on this video is because I knew that it would kind of not be a useful one. Like, if you came into this video thinking I should probably only play my cryo carries with Escoffier, you're probably gonna come out of this video thinking I probably shouldn't use my cryo carries without Escoffier. Kind of pisses me off that that's the case, but it kind of is, unfortunately. Other elements will be more interesting, I swear. I swear, okay? I promise. What elements do we have left? Any rememberers in chat? Hydro? Have we not done Hydro? Geo and Hydro? Only 2? Really? Huh. Bad. Hydro might have to wait until we get more lunar reaction leakers. Animo as well? Ooh. Animo will be fun, actually. Both Animo and Hydro will be fun. Geo... Yeah, okay. Well, it is what it is. Anyways, as usual, I hope you didn't learn a thing or two here, okay? You didn't learn anything from this video. You just clicked on it to listen to me yap. Not because you wanted to learn something new. Or maybe, you clicked on this video because you were hoping for me to have found something, any way of making your cryo character good without Escoffier, and you're holding your head in your hands in disappointment now. I'm sorry. I'll see you in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Let editors know, yo. Recorded cryo carries. When Zajef Sleep Lolly? Probably tomorrow. That is the current plan. Chat, should I use the optimizer for my barista? I don't think I have a better build than what she's currently on. But maybe. I guess, actually, maybe if I go offset goblet. Because my goblet's not that good. But I don't have a great feather right now. This is a 6 roller, but decent amount of high rolls. This is a 7 roller. Meh. I will say that crit ratio looks fucking juicy. Yeah, it's not higher. Wait, is it? Oh! Chad! What? Yo! What? Holy shit! Wait! Pause? And it's on the actual real team, too! Fucking first page? Holy shit! And it's a no ER leaderboard, too! Number 1 NA! Holy fuck! Wait! What? No shot! Huh. This one's not overcapped, and it has more rolls, but a lot like CV, and it also looks uglier. I can also consider this, or this. Wait, this is probably pretty good, too. No. Don't think we can make this one work. Too much crit rate. This, though, perhaps? To go for the 110 ER leaderboards. What pieces can be improved? Both flower and feather. They're both 7 rollers. Craft? No, I'm not crafting that. I'll craft an onset goblet. So I can go offset on Flower of Feather. Because I'm capped at 1 piece per patch anyways. Has it updated? Yep. Yeah, no. This piece is just not good enough. Definitely have to stay on this flower. I did want to check this one. I'll be right back. Actually, let me just go in first. I'm back. Hello. Alright. 14 on the 110 leaderboard. Okay. And 22 on the real one. Yeah. Wait, no, that's not the 110 leaderboard. That's just the worst build. Do I level this just to leaderboard abuse? If it dodges HP on each roll, it will be a leaderboard abuse up piece. Just dodge the HP, please. For Akasha scamming. Good. High roll of crit. That's pretty solid. We don't want another ER roll here, because it doesn't get us to a higher ER bracket. Damn. $125. Unlucky. Am I capped on this? So close to the 140 bracket. Unlucky. I can scam with this. The 140 bracket is probably not competitive at all, so I might be top 1 here. Because there's probably like 3 people that have 140 ER. Is there a 140 ER bracket? There isn't! No! Fuck. Well, if I check the 130 ER bracket, and I'm the only one that has above 140, then I'd be number one in the 140 ER bracket. So... Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure I won't be. Yeah. I'm not. Okay. Cooked. It is what it is, I suppose. Air quality forecast. Okay. But yeah. That's because this flower's dog shit. Like, at least this one's good, but it's not a nice ER breakpoint. I want something that has a 1 ER roll. Or 3 ER rolls. But I don't have one of those. I only have 2 and 4 and 0. Whatever. Whatever. What's your estimate for resin spent in the domain? I've killed about 700 of the weasels. So about 14,000 resin in the domain directly. I had about 40 fragile, I think. And then 10 days of resin there. So a little bit under 20,000 resin. Yeah. Cooked. Cooked. Try to level this. If it rolls into crit damage, I kind of like it. Huh. 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 Well, I'll take that. Acceptable piece. And that's gonna be probably my best 110 ER bracket build. I wonder if it improves my other build. It might, actually. Oh, it didn't load. Damn. I should have let it load. It's there now, but I'm gonna have to wait. While I wait, I'll set up for the next one, which is with this piece. Yeah. This is probably... I don't know if it'll be better, actually. It'll definitely be better on the Shanyan leaderboard. Because my Shanyan leaderboard build isn't that good. Right? It's 19. So I'm actually pretty sure that it'll be better. But it might not be better on Overload. Anyways, this is the... yeah. On the 110ER leaderboard, I'm 23 now. This is probably the build I'll actually use. Because 104ER is probably a little too low to be all that comfortable. So... actual build. And I guess while I wait for this to load, I can delete some of the old ones. Yeah, this doesn't need to be here, bro. Off-piece circlet. Yeah, this doesn't need to be here. This I'll keep. No. No. I have a direct upgrade. Honestly, I can delete most of them. Alright, as long as I keep the finally double digit, that's the build I was on before I started optimizing today. The actual build and the new one. And this is 3. Not bad. Oh, I'm also better on the Overload leaderboards. Okay. That... holy shit. Wow, the number 1 is so far ahead of everyone else. That's insane, by the way. The gap between 1 and 3 is the same as the gap between 3 and 20, by the way. $37 stats. 34. 3 more. The one above me is 32, but they have like no attack percent. All crit. Bro, the fact that not a single one of my artifacts is in the blue is kind of crazy. Nick tweet? No, it doesn't matter. Nick doesn't care about the Verissa build, and the reason why my Verissa build got better is because I started using the offset goblet. I don't have an animal version of this. Anyways, we need to save this. 3. I probably won't be 3 for long, by the way. There's probably someone watching right now that has a better Varissa build and is gonna go on Akacha to fucking dislodge my position. Yeah, I actually can say top 1 Varissa NA in my title. You're so right. Also, though, to be fair, the crit rate leaderboard, like the crit rate weapon leaderboards, are so much less competitive than the crit damage weapon leaderboards. Right? Like, I'm a number 3 with 34 stats. But if you look at the crit damage weapon leaderboards, right? 38. I guess that one's 33. But it's like insane roll value. But I have 3,000 roll value with a good amount of attack and ER, right? This is 3,000 with all crit. 40. 35. I guess they're not as competitive as I thought. Now that I realize. They're competitive, but what's the maximum possible amount? It's 43, right? No. Yes. 43, right? 43 is the theoretical maximum? $45 now. You can't get attack percent on your sands, and you can't get crit damage or crit rate, whatever, on your circlet. Anyways, I guess we can try to see if we have an offset Chow that's better than this. I really don't think so. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's probably what I'd do. But I'm pretty sure it's just worse. Alright, did the show update? Yeah. Pretty sure it's not an upgrade. Currently 26. 154. It's noticeably worse. Yeah, it is. It is what it is. My shower bill just isn't good enough for that. Bro, the fact that this is a real leaderboard though is so fucking pog. That's like actually insane. Okay. Let's put Versa back on the build. That's not the build, is it? What is the build I was using? Was it this one? No. Right? Right? Was it this one? Yeah, I think it was this one. Yeah. Wait, I just realized. This one's probably better for the 110 leaderboard. Ooh. 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 Bro still Akasha maxing. Yeah. I am. Are we on the 111 ER build? Yep. Okay. Top 11 on with the 110 ER leaderboard. That's not too bad. Could sneak into the 120 ER leaderboards with this. And the 130 ER leaderboards with this. The Akasha maxing is almost over, chat. Happy birthday. Thank you. And I also want to look at the 120 leaderboard. I feel like the 130 will be a lot less competitive though, so that's the one I want to look at first. Why won't it load? Madge. Okay, yeah, no. Alright, we got an exercise redeem. Let's do that. Yeah, this one probably doesn't even rank higher. I want to have 100 crit. Thank you. Bro, that looks so good, by the way. Oh, that looks so fucking good, man. Holy shit. Now let's look at where the 120 ER is. Yeah, 100. Alright, that's fine. Imagine if it's rounded up and you miss a crit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Chat, how long do you guys think it's gonna take for someone to go take my number one Versa in A slot? Wait, have I not claimed my commission rewards? That's hilarious. That's really funny. Number one in A, yo. I finally let go of this piece. And I changed to this one, off piece. Because I got some upgrades on my... on my flowers and feathers. Man. The problem is, I don't think I have a single 9-roller if I end up getting a really good goblet. Either flower or feather. I have 9-rollers with EM, but not with ER. No, that's not true. This is a 9-roller, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. I have a flower. And it's gonna pretty much guarantee comfortable ER. Do I have a feather as well? I might not. This is an 8 roller. This is an 8 roller. This is an 8 roller. I have a 9 roller. Okay. Bet. So once I get a good onset goblet, I will be able to go offset on either flower or feather because I have a 9 roller on both. Why 8 and 9 roller and not just 4 and 5? Because something that has crit rate, flat defense, flat attack, flat HP, and rolls all into crit rate, rolled into a useful roll 5 times. But it's not the same as something that has crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, ER, and rolled into crit rate 5 times, right? You're not counting how many times you got lucky, you're counting how many rolls you have that are good. Anyways. I need duels to celebrate. Why celebrate now when we're about to get another upgrade? Like, what? Why would I do that? When I can celebrate now. Holy moly! Can I get a wowzers? Okay, it's not gonna be a good speed run. Damn, unlucky. Maybe it wasn't blind date. Wait, no, this is BCC's. So it was Coco. Um. got stuck in the middle. Damn. Damn. It's fine. This is the angle. We're on a 3 streak of getting an angle in 1, by the way. Ooh. That's probably a little bit more than 300, right? I'm feeling like 304. Fuck. It was 307. Oh well. That is 315, bro? No. 324, you're delusional. Chat, an equilateral triangle has 60-degree angles, okay? And if you draw an invisible line here, it's almost an equilateral triangle. So you know it's going to be close to 300. That is not equilateral. I mean, it's pretty close. A 53-degree angle is pretty close to a 60-degree angle. But it's clearly not 45. Anyways, we're gonna do the bundle. That's Hecarim, right? Yeah, okay. What were the other ones? I would not have known this one. Okay. Okay, we can do the Genshindle. Kaya. No balls. Nahida. No Nahida. Mawika. No Mawika. Natlan. Released not too long before Mawika. Kachina. Shit. That's a bow user. Was Chalka before Mawika? Oh, chat. Isn't there also Auroron? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That's a 50-50. I think they both use Arlecchino, too. So it's actually a 50-50. Flip a coin, I'm down. Okay. So... Heads, Chaska, tails, Auroron. Chaska. Yes! Auroron uses whale? Well, never punish. Shh. You hear that? I mean, it's certainly not Ito, but it might be Ito. Maybe it's Noel. Oh! Okay. I'm the goat. Okay. I'm the goat. Okay. 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 Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm actually just the goat. In the grand fabric of life, both parents are equal, and thus my name combines the surname of each of my parents.
In the grand fabric of life, both parents are equal, and
No
thus
clue.
my name combines the surnames of each of my parents.
No clue. Oh, bet. Just all the 2-word names. Easy clap. I've seen this before. I don't remember who this is though. No, isn't it Serval? It is, yeah. That's a hat. A hat with a flower on it. Writing. Money. Is it a Bende? Not a Bende. Never lucky. Okay, that's fine. Let's do the Loldol. Human and something else, melee. Not mid. Maybe we try Braum. Is Braum something other than human? Probably, right? Iceborne, yeah. Okay. So, a support and something else. There's not that many male support champs. And a lot of them are support only. Right, like Alistar, Nautilus, Braum. Brand is ranged. Carrick is support only. I'll look at chat. Pike is support only as well. No mana, too. Wait, there's supports that don't have mana? What the fuck? Shen? Is Shen actually played support nowadays? Shen makes sense if he's played support nowadays. Okay, he is. I guess you can play Shen top, jungle, mid, ADC support. It doesn't matter because it's Shen. I hear crows. Would Swain say that? I feel like he wouldn't. But maybe. Okay. LeBlanc. I feel like it's gotta be a Noxus champ talking about Swain. I hear. Never mind. Is that Sivers? No, that's Nidalee. Wait, Diana isn't blind, is she? Yeah, no. Moon Dunk? What? Soraka? But Soraka's not blind. She doesn't really dunk either. What? Jingliu, true. Wukong? What would the moon or dunk or the blind have to do with it? Aphelios? That was my first guess. Who else is related to the moon? I guess death? Another moon? Dude, what? Nocturne? I don't like this one at all. The fuck is a dunk supposed to be about? Nah. Is that Fiddlesticks Shurima skin? It's not. Pike? Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Let's do the Naruto total. It is not Sasuke Uchiha. That's okay. This is someone who does not have any jutsu, but has a nature type. What the fuck? Huh? Tsunade has jutsu, does she not? Rock Lee has taijutsu. This is someone who doesn't even punch people. Kurama? Who the fuck is Kurama? Oh. Oh! Okay, gender is other. I see. Ramen guy? Do you know his name? Ichiraku? That's not there. Okay. What do you mean? This is yellow? Okay, no, wait, never mind. I'm an idiot. Dude, what? Iruka has jutsu. Danzo has jutsu. This is a fucking civilian, okay? This is like a fucking one guy. Ayame? Who the fuck is? But they have a nature type. How? Mizuki? Who the fuck is? Oh, no. How can you not have jutsu but have a nature type? I don't get it. Isn't the whole thing about nature types that it's the nature type of the jutsu they use? I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Maybe there's some deity? Doesn't like every deity have a Kekkei Genkai at least? One of the frogs? Maybe. Do you know the names of the frogs? Genma? No. There is not a single ninja that doesn't have some form of jutsu, so it can't be a ninja. Gamma Bunta. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, it's definitely one of the frogs. Oh. Okay, it's one of the frogs. Alright, man. Sure, whatever. It was Gamatatsu. Alright. Okay. Oh, what's his name? Insect guy. I forgot. Doesn't have, like... Shino. Wait, it's not him? What? What? That's not... What? You think it's Konohamaru? Really? Dude. Nah. Bro cosplayed as Shino for that episode. Like, that's not my fault. Okay? That's not my fault. He was cosplaying as someone else. I suppose I can't kill you, can I? After all, you die, I die. Your courage is impressive, little boy. Okay. Is that Naruto's mom? Rin? That's not Rin. You think that's Rin? That's not the right hair color. It's too red. You know? Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Alright, let's do the One Piece duel. Let's be honest, the only good One Piece duel is the poster. And I guess the laugh sometimes is good, but the rest is kinda ass. No devil fruit. No observation hockey. Pretty tall. Who doesn't have a devil fruit? Kuma? Kuma has the paw fruit. Garp? Wasn't Garp introduced before Syrup Village? Maybe he wasn't. I feel like he was. Sanji's dad? Okay. This is most likely a minor antagonist pre-time skip. No, it's not. It's probably not an antagonist. They're tall as fuck. Actually, it probably is an antagonist. Unless it's one of the giants. It might be one of the giants. What are they called again? Groggy. That. Holy shit. I don't know, man. Give me the fucking translated name. I don't care about anything else. Alright. Magnet fruit. Oh yeah, that is Kid. Alright, wanted poster. This is the one we... Okay. What? That's... That... Is that you... Is that really Chopper? Oh my god. That's crazy. Let's do the Smash doll. Okay, let's try Dr. Mario. Let's try... Probably a character that was introduced in Brawl. Relatively medium-sized. Ness? Could be Ness. No, it's not human. Sonic? I like that. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good guess. That was a good guess. Wait, what was that? Is that Shulk? No. Maybe? No. That's a bow. Oh, is that fucking Breath of the Wild Link? Yeah. That's my min. ZZZ. My goat. My goat. Silhouette. Wait, that's not. Oh. Right. I'm an idiot. I mean, isn't Little Mac just like grown up me brawler? Like. He is. He is. You know? This is a Costco doll. Pork tenderloin. 12 CT. What the fuck is a CT? Cuts? But how thick is each piece? I have no clue. Like, is this big or like small? Like, what? Dude, I'm gonna go $7.99. $8.99. $9.99. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel bad about taking 3 tries here. Just say 12 piece, but even then, like a tenderloin cut can be like this thick or this thick. Like that does not give me any relevant information as to the quantity. Yeah, just put the grams in the bag. Alright. Do we do one last duel? What duel should I do? Block duel? I don't know, man. The block duel is hard. We need to move this, which means we need to move this. And this. Which means we need to move this up. Which means we need to move this back. And this forward. No. Because we can never move this down by bringing this up. Can we? So I can bring this here, if this is like here. But then I'd still be stuck on this. And I wouldn't be able to move it. Yeah. Okay, chat, my brain stopped working. We gotta fucking look at it from the start again, I think. So we need to move this down. We need to move these left. Which means we need to move this up. In order to move this up, we need to move this somewhere. We need to move this left. Which means we need to move this up. Which means we need to move this here. Once we have that, we can bring this up by 1. I give up. One too many moves. I can't be bothered though. Yeah, maybe the last duel should probably be a fun one instead. Mantle, I'd rather shoot myself. Scrandle. I guess. It's not a good duel, but whatever. I mean, it is a good duel. Ooh. Oh my god. Both of these look so good. But that's $2. And this should have won. It definitely is for $2. Like that's definitely better. This is Japanese Korean chicken, but it's up against British food, so it can't lose. Fries. Where are the fries? What? Dirty dog. Like, what do you mean you're calling this fries? I'm actually voting for the British food. My god. Double ribeye cheeseburger versus jerk chicken with rice. I would rather eat this, but I feel like people voted for this. Yeah. Pulled pork loaded chips, but it's actually fries because it's British chips, versus American Sicilian pizza slice. That looks dry as fuck. 5%. Jesus. British shish kebab versus a prime and a hot dog. Who threw up on this hot dog? Takoyaki versus lamb Rogan Josh. Takoyaki's gotta win. Nah. Wait, shish kebab is back. Versus $14 taco? Okay, no. What?! You've got fucking McDonald's burger lettuce on the side? And that's 80%? No fucking shot! What?! $14 for McDonald's burger lettuce? What?! Nah. Okay, loaded fries. This actually looks like a good fries. Oh, that's $10? No. No, 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 no. No. I refuse. A hot dog that's smaller than your hand for $10.50? No. 72%? No. 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 Steak and black pudding pie versus garlic fries and cheese pizza. I feel like black pudding can never win, but this looks better and is significantly cheaper. Okay, it won. Easy clap. Let's do one more. Footlong sausage roll versus grilled chicken and beef balls. For 20 cents?! What?! Nah! Nah, that can't, there's no shot that loses. What? The fuck? Chicken looks a little dry, but it's Japanese, so it's got the fucking non-British buff. Yeah. That's pretty close, though. Fucking pea podge. But both of these look pretty bad. Pork steak sandwich, 16 bucks for a burger. Loaded fries. I think burgers generally win, though. It didn't. My heart wanted to vote fries. Hog, roast, roll, and crackling. I have no idea what any of those words are supposed to mean in this context. But there's no shot this fucking... like... 2-week-old cheese right out of the fridge is winning. Rib roll and extras with holy fuck hot sauce versus honey barbecue chicken strips. Both of these look really good. Currywurst with a pint versus fried chicken in a cone. What the fuck is that? No. Fried chicken in a cone? What? Ew. It looks disgusting, but it sounds good. A Chinese chicken curry pie. A curry pie. That sounds like it would be so good, actually. Like a meat pie, but it's chicken curry. That sounds so good. It's British curry, not actual curry. It won! I should have followed my heart, chat. It's all because of you. Bacon cheeseburger, but the bacon is raw. Versus steak, potato, and Guinness pie with mashed gravy and mushy peas. But it looks like it was dropped on the ground and then picked up. Builded burger versus grilled sausage with a bun and a gherkin. The sausage looks so much better. But burgers are also fucking omega inflated. Sausage should have won. Sausage looks so much better. Churros have to win. Whatever, man. Ooh, shit, that's hard, actually. Oh, fuck. I feel like People probably saw that this was English Japanese food. This is actually Korean food. So I think this is gonna win just by virtue of that. Yeah. That looks fucking amazing. Like, this looks like the sort of stuff that you make at home. Like, it doesn't have the color of restaurant food. It has the color of homemade food. You know? It has a color of food that you made just for the taste without caring about the color. But, like, it still looks good, but it doesn't look, like, eye-catching, you know? Okay, this is neither a sausage nor a roll. What the fuck? What the fuck? That is a brick of charcoal. What the fuck? Well, alright. Double cheeseburger and chips versus... Yeah, I don't know, man. Poutine. It's Canadian. There's not enough sauce, man. But this looks bad. So the poutine probably still wins. It doesn't? No, Shaw, you're telling me this looks good. Nah. Nah. Way too much cheese curds? I don't think it's a too much cheese curds angle. It's a too little sauce angle. It's gotta be this, yeah. Hulk burger. Kebapi roll with Ivar. Chat. Ivar tastes so fucking good. This should win. This deserves to win. Whatever, man. Really? I guess. I don't know, man. Okay, let's just fucking... We don't even read what it is. We don't even look at the price. Just gut feeling as quick as possible. What the fuck is this? Why am I doing better now, chat? Fuck. That's close as fuck, man. No shot. That looks disgusting. Oh, that looks amazing. Why is that my best one so far? Fuck you. Okay, that has to win. I know it's fuck all to do with... What the hell? Burger. Damn. This is gonna be the last one. Try. Damn. Signature burger. Damn. Eggs? That's eggs? What the fuck? Both of these look good. Last one. What? How is that a 60? What? No way. No way. No way. That's a 60. No shot. Whatever, man. Alright, chat. I hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. Tomorrow... I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. We'll see. Figure it out. 5 days left to the patch. 6 days, 5 days, whatever. Chat, should we raid someone new again? Instead of raiding someone we know? I'll let the Twitch algorithm recommend me a channel to raid. Okay, chat. I was gonna click on this, but then I realized they have a K-pop tag. Do we do it anyways? Yes? Alright. Oh no. Chat, see, sometimes I wonder if I should actually raid people. And it's just because I know that you guys are gonna spam mpreg. Can you guys just be normal for once? Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.